Good evening, members and officers, and welcome to the June full council meeting. As you know, members, we are still meeting within a socially distanced environment, and I encourage members to ensure discussion is focused so that the meeting is not prolonged. As seating in the Maze Hall tonight is restricted, only a limited number of officers have been able to attend. If members' queries are unable to be answered tonight, officers will come back with any requested information. Members, in the past month we have had several of our residents receive the Queen's Honours, and I can congratulate them on their honours. It has been thoroughly deserved. We also have a high number of community groups also receive the Queen's Award for Voluntary Services. Without a doubt, we have so much fantastic work going on within our borough. Members, tonight we are going old school. Okay, so we're going to the old raising of the hand if you want to speak, okay? And you'll also be aware that there's been a little bit of shuffling of seats, not too much by the looks of things, with Councillor Cosby, who is also asked to speak tonight. So, Councillor Cosby, please be aware Councillor Baxter sitting beside you. So, it's over to you.
We had a bit of decency about us in Craigavon, Lord Mayor, when we always did stand to our feet to address the meeting. And I know colleagues in the DUP here will certainly agree with that sentiment, that's for sure. Lord Mayor, I appreciate your willingness to allow me to address the meeting this evening. I think it's obvious to everyone why I would wish to do so, and that is on my departure from the DUP. I don't intend to speak for you very long, but just to say and to address the issue, to ensure there's no ambiguity across the chamber here or in the public, that my decision to leave the DUP was solely based on a political one, and it was one that I took some time to labour over, and I did it with sadness. But I want to say, if anybody doubts my loyalty to the DUP colleagues on my right, you'd be ill-advised to do so. And you're quite correct, there has not been any shuffling at all of the seating in this chamber, because this is where I was last month. I may not have the political label, but I certainly do have, in these folk here, a deep friendship with them, and that will continue beyond party politics. So I want to make that very clear. But for the remainder, so it seems, of this term, I will sit as an independent, and I do stand on the shoulders of giants. When you think about the independents that have gone before, in Carol Black and Davy Jones in this forum, and obviously the esteemed Councillor Berry, who has flown the flag for independence for quite some time. Members, if anybody has any questions or queries as to why I left the party, again, it is political. I would rather you spoke to me personally, and it is no reflection on the DUP in this chamber or indeed Upper Bann. And I want to make that abundantly clear. So thank you, Lord Mayor, for indulging me for the last few minutes. I do promise to be my usual mischievous self, and you will not be surprised to note that I sit here with a book of standing orders and the Knowles 8th edition handbook that I do note the Borough Solicitor has not actually got yet. And Roger, I'm hoping that you're going to sort that out fairly soon, just to make sure you're all on the same page. And Lord Mayor, I did promise you on Wednesday at an event that I would be well behaved this evening, and I can guarantee you I will behave within the rules on these pages. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cosby. So let's get the show on the road. We have an apology from Alderman McCrum. Are there any other apologies? Councillor Michael.
Lord Mayor, can I maybe explain how the microphone system will work this evening? There are a limited number of councillors who have the ability to press the button to bring their microphone on and to switch it off. It's largely those councillors in the front row, those members in the second and third rows. If you raise your hand and when the Lord Mayor calls you, then the sound desk will bring you in, so you might just have to wait for a second or two before your microphone goes live.
Lord Mayor, can I register an apology for Councillor McNeil?
No problem, Councillor Holland. Any more? Okay, thank you. Okay, go to item 2 on the agenda, the council minutes. Can I have a proposer and seconder that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 26th of April 2021 can be read and approved as a correct record? Proposed by Councillor Nicholson, second by Alderman Twytle. All agreed? Thank you. Item 2.2. Can I have a proposer and seconder that the minutes of the annual general meeting of council held on the 1st of June 2021 can be read and approved
Propose accordingly.
by Alderman Spears and seconded by Councillor Nicholson? Sorry, Councillor Nicholson, go ahead.
Say it would be great if everybody could donate to it, because it's a well worthwhile cause. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. There's plenty of people here with plenty of money in their back pocket. Agenda item 3, declarations of interest. We will take any interest now. Councillor Savage.
No.
Sorry, Councillor Kevin Savage.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to declare an interest in item 5.1, the housing supply strategy, call for evidence. I work within housing division in DFC, so I'll not take part in any discussion if there is any in relation to that item. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Savage. Duly noted. Anybody else? And we'll take declaration of interest as well. Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Declaration of interest, it's just in relation to the financial assistance piece that will come later on for non-pecuniary interest for staff member YMCA.
Thank you. Duly noted. Alderman Twyble? No? Thought you had raised your hand. No problem. And as normal, we will take declarations of interest whenever we arise to them. Item 4 on the agenda, committee minutes. Can I have a proposer and seconder that the minutes of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee held on the 5th of May 2021 can be read and approved as a correct record? We'll look at Councillor McNally. Not here. Councillor McAlinden. Proposed by Councillor McAlinden. Anybody else that was at the Planning Committee? Councillor Cosby. All agreed? Thank you, members. Item 4.2 on the agenda, can I have a proposer and seconder that the minutes of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee held on the 2nd of June 2021 can be taken as read and approved as a correct record? That'll be Councillor Lavery. Proposed by Councillor Lavery. And seconded by Alderman Twyble. We all agreed? Agreed. Item 5 on the agenda, Chief Executive's report. And we have 4 items for decision. And we're going to go to Sharon O'Gorman for 5.1, Housing Supply Strategy, Call for Evidence.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening, members. The report before you relates to the Housing Supply Strategy, Call for Evidence. The recommendation is that members are asked to approve the attached response to the Department for Communities on the call for evidence to inform a housing supply strategy. Just briefly highlighting some of the key points from the report, members. This call for evidence is the first of a formal stage of the ongoing engagement process to inform the strategy, and there will be consultation later in the summer. The call for evidence document recognises the role that good housing plays in improving wellbeing, and the strategy itself aims to take a whole system approach, a joined-up approach across government, private and the third sectors. In the report, the objectives of the strategy are outlined along with the detail of the questionnaire. Attached at Appendix 2 is the proposed response from Council. It is a high-level response at this stage. There will be, the strategy will be released later in July, and that will be when formal public consultation commences. The Council's response agrees with the draft vision and objectives approach and the 15-year timeframe for the strategy, and also highlights the important role that local government has to play in housing and the current partnership working. The draft response also makes a number of specific issues in relation to the call for evidence, which is around the challenges in delivering a wider range of housing types and increasing housing supply, the importance of investment in infrastructure such as drainage and transport services, and the use of existing buildings. The Council's response has been led by the community planning and the local development planning team, and it's anticipated that there will be attendance at one of the workshops later on. So members, you're asked to approve the attached response to the Department for Communities as outlined in Appendix 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Councillor Hockin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for the report, Sharon. I suppose primarily I want to welcome the initiative from Minister Hoggy. I think housing is probably underestimated just how important a role it plays, and I think members it would be my advice to actually flick through a rather hefty document. It is well worth reading, and it asks some really interesting questions. Housing plays an essential role in creating good communities, and the reverse is also true. Failure to invest in housing can play a huge role in causing problems within communities. I would just like to take the opportunity to encourage officers, and I get that sense from the response. I take it that it's a high-level response, but grasp the opportunity to tackle this really difficult issue. As a representative of the area in this borough that has the highest need for social housing, I would like to think we'll all get an opportunity to play a part in it. I know that I would like to, because one of the issues that was raised here by our officers was around you would like to see more information in the strategy as to how affordable housing need is actually determined. I think that's a key question, certainly for the area that I represent, because housing lists, and I suspect this crosses the political divide, the actual social housing need in areas is not reflective of the true need, because many people feel so disappointed that they actually are forced into taking on private rental. So look, I'm happy to propose this. I think it's a great initiative from the Minister, and I'm happy to see the council officers are going to play a key part in bringing it forward. So I look forward to it playing a role in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hockin. Indeed, we do need more housing, my view anyway. Councillor Cosby, do you want to speak? Yeah. Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I appreciate the response that officers have before us. And whilst there is an issue in terms of housing supply from the statutory housing sector, it also is masked by those who are living in poor quality housing, and that should also be reflected here, because many people that certainly across the constituencies here in this borough are living in housing that is not necessarily fit for purpose, and therefore the levers that we have as local government and indeed central government are very challenging, particularly in terms of housing quality in the private sector as well, and that presents a significant challenge. So I think we should be including in some of this around making comments at least in relation to addressing the issues not just with housing supply but with the quality of housing that is provided across particularly, well, we're interested in this borough, and I think that's an important point, that when repairs are needing made, landlords must do that in good time. The housing executive must follow things up in good time, and that is also where we fall short And the quick turnaround of bringing void properties back into use very quickly is an important factor in this as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cosby. You happy enough to note those comments, Sharon? Thank you very much.
Lord Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thanks, Sharon, for the report. I'd go further to say that Northern Ireland's facing a housing crisis. I think all members here in this chamber would agree that there's just massive waiting lists and there's a real lack of available housing. And as Councillor Cosby has said, there's a lot of people living in non-quality housing. In fact, this week in Armagh, I visited some housing executive housing. It was still single glazed, and in fact, the window you could push it, and you could just feel the air coming through. So, this really does need tackled. And I know that my party colleague Andy Allen, the MLA, has been calling for a cross-departmental solution to this, and I think that's something maybe we should add to the letter and some sort of task force, because this is a serious issue, and it will get worse as time goes on, Lord Mayor. But I'm happy to second the proposal, but I do think it's fine, these kind of high level responses, but I do think it needs to be driven home how serious a crisis housing's in at the moment, because I know as a member, when I ring the housing executive, it's the lists and the points system needs looked at, how the points is distributed, calculated, whatever, all needs looked at right from root to branch. Also, again, there needs to be more providers. It's been left to the private sector at the minute in partnership with the public sector, which is obviously working, but there needs to be more, because there is a serious lack. They can't build enough to what they need. But that's all I wanted to say, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. Sharon, do you want to come back in there?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and happy to note Councillor Nicholson's comments as well. And as I said, we expect the draft strategy will be released later in July, and then there'll be more detailed consultation, but we'll certainly note those points in the interim in our response. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We all agreed?
Great.
Thank you. Move on to 5.2, which is a report by Olga Murta, which is on the external event funding letter of offer. Over to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening, members. The recommendation before members tonight is that members accept the letter of offer from the Northern Ireland Regional Food Programme for funding of £15,592.50 towards the Food and Cider Weekend 2021.
Councillor McAllen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So proposed. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson, do you want to speak? Or sorry, Councillor Savage, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Didn't realise there was much grey hair as Sam. I'm happy to second that. Happy to second that, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Just testing you. Are we all agreed? Thank you, members. 5.3, Tier 2 towns SOAR application by Olga again.
And members, this is in relation to the application that we've put forward under the Rural Development Programme. So it is recommended that members agree to accept the letter of offer from the Rural Development Programme for up to £322,933.16 towards a total project cost of £430,577.56 for the Tier 2 towns in Warrenstown and Tandragee.
Thank you very much. I think it was a race for the hands up there. Apologies. Well, apologies to those who didn't get in first. Councillor Kyle Savage, please.
Lord Mayor, just to declare an interest, but as Vice Chair of SOAR ABC, but I just want to put on record too, to commend the staff within the SOAR team who actually got the assessment completed last Monday, and it passed through the SOAR board meeting last Tuesday. So it did, and unlike others, we followed proper procedure going forward. So just want to put that on record and commend the staff in that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Savage. I'm going to go for ladies first chance. Councillor Flaherty.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Happy to propose.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barry.
Like Councillor Savage say, that I would like to commend Shane and thank Shane and his team for the dedication and the effort and work that they put into this. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barry. Councillor Nicholson.
I just wanted to declare a non-pecuniary interest as a member of SOAR.
Duly noted. And Councillor McElden and Councillor McNally, non-pecuniary interest, and Councillor Hoggy. Anybody else? Is there anybody else left? Alderman Wilson? Sorry. Councillor Duffy? Do you want to come in? I'll see him again. No problem. And Michael, go ahead. No? Happy enough? Right.
Me as well.
And Councillor Lavery, is there anybody left that hasn't? And Alderman Spears. Apologies, gents and ladies, it's hard to hear with all the hands going up. Let's turn them off. Councillor Greenfield, go ahead.
No. This I can turn you off from here, so my light's on. I'll put my hand up. The guys know, but I'm not sure what's going on. So
your red light comes on at the same time.
So, okay. You're right.
Are we all agreed then that those who are left? Thank you. 5.4 Northern Ireland Centenary 2021 programme. I'm going to ask Brian Johnson, Head of Tourism, to present this report.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening, members. This report just relates to the Northern Ireland Centenary Programme for 2021. At Council in December 2020, a programme of activity for the Centenary Programme was agreed. The delivery of the programme is progressing. A proposal has been made to the Centenary Working Group for an additional aspect to be included in the NI 2021 programme. It is requested that centenary stones are installed at locations throughout the borough. 3 options are outlined for members' consideration at 5.4.2. This would be an amendment to the programme previously agreed at Council. I would like to just draw members' attention in the following page of the report just to the activity that is ongoing across the programme. So there are a number of pages there just of activity. So the recommendation before members is recommended that members consider the request for the installation of centenary stones as part of the NI 2021 programme and note the update in relation to the other events as detailed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. I'm going to bring in Alderman Burns and then Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have great pleasure in proposing option 2, that we purchase centenary stones for the 3 civic centres and across the borough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Burns. Councillor Baxter.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, it was something I brought up at the working group. I got sight of one of these stones, and they're a very low cost, a very low cost, lasting legacy that can be rolled out across the borough, in relative terms, and they look really well. It has to be said. There was relative consensus around the working group, so it was thought prudent to bring it here tonight. So I'm quite happy to second the proposal that we go ahead with option 2. And just to say to members, maybe who aren't involved in the working group, this is only a reprofiling of budget. It's not actually extra spend. So it's just reprofiling the budget. So another part of it will lose out to allow for this. But I thought it was important that there was a lasting legacy across the borough. So quite happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Hoggy. can hear you.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm not sure. I would just like to propose option 3. I do understand that some people in across the board would like to obviously commemorate and celebrate the centenary in their own way, and that we do have a working group that agreed a budget. And I do think that we need to stick to the programme and the budget that has been allocated, as was agreed previously by this council. So I would just like to propose option 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, we have a proposer already. Councillor Duffy, do you want to speak? And Councillor Hockin? No, happy enough. Councillor Pope?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Brian, for the report, and realise that the centenary stones are one component of the overall programme to mark this occasion, and it's important that the centenary is marked in a shared, inclusive and a focused way for the future. We are aware that there's already a significant budget agreed, as said previously, by speakers for the programme, and therefore I believe that option 1 is a reasonable option to go forward. So I would make that a proposal.
It's early yet.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tallison. No problem. Well, we'll go with the first one, Councillor Burns' proposal. No problem. Okay, so we're going to go with it through the way we've done it through Zoom. So I'll call out your name and you say yes or no, abstain, or you're not voting, okay? So we have the proposer for option 3, just to confirm, yes? Option 2. Good job, you're here. And second by Councillor Baxter. Okay, so Alderman Anderson. In favour. Councillor Baxter. Yes. Councillor Barry.
Yes.
Alderman Burns.
Yes.
Councillor Cosby. Yes. Councillor Duffy.
No.
Councillor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councillor Greenfield.
Yes.
Councillor Hockey. Thought you said yes. Councillor Hockin?
No.
Councillor Keating? Not here. Alderman Kennedy?
Yes.
Councillor Larkham? No. Councillor Lowry?
No.
Councillor Macaulay?
Yes.
Councillor Mackle?
No.
Councillor McLinden?
No.
Councillor McLellan?
Yes.
Alderman Crumb's not here. Councillor McGill? Councillor McElrath?
Yes.
Councillor McKinstry?
Yes.
Councillor McNally?
No.
Councillor McNeil? Not here. Alderman Mutry?
Yes.
Councillor Nelson?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor O'Halloran?
No.
Councillor O'Neill? Councillor Pope?
No.
Alderman Rankin? Councillor Cavan Savage?
No.
Councillor Kyle Savage?
Yes.
Alderman Spears? Councillor Tomlinson?
No.
Councillor Tinsley?
Yes.
Councillor Toman?
No.
Alderman Twyble?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Deputy Lord Mayor Councillor Donnelly? And Lord Mayor, yes. Okay, give me 2 seconds to count these up. Thank you very much, members, for your time. Okay. In favour, yes, 21. No, 17. I'll read out those for yes. Alderman Anderson, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Barry, Alderman Burns, Councillor Cosby, Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Greenfield, Alderman Kennedy, Councillor Macaulay, Councillor McClelland, Councillor McElrath, Councillor McKinstry, Alderman Moutry, Councillor Nicholson, Alderman Rankin, Councillor Kyle Savage, Alderman Spears, Councillor Tinsley, Alderman Twyble, Alderman Wilson, and the Lord Mayor. Those voting no: Councillor Duffy, Councillor Hockey, Councillor Hockian, Councillor Larkham, Councillor Lavery, Councillor Mackle, Councillor McAlinden, Councillor McKeown, Councillor McNally, Councillor Nelson, Councillor O'Hanlon, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Pope, Councillor Kevin Savage, Councillor Tinsley, Tennyson, Councillor Toman, and the Deputy Lord Mayor. Okay, so that means the other two fall. Okay, members, move on to item 5.5, which is an item of information, which gives the delegated authority for the Chief Executive to implement unanimous decisions from the working groups. I'm going to pass on to our Chief Executive, Roger Wilson, to present this report.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening, members. As you've said, Lord Mayor, this is an information item, and it is really the record of those recommendations that have come from the working groups over the months of May and June. And it's those decisions that have been taken as delegated decisions by me underneath the scheme of delegated authority, and also those decisions which have then been referred on to Council for a decision that are on the reports tonight. I'm required under the scheme of delegation, Lord Mayor, to report them through to Council as soon as possible, and that's the nature of the report, Lord Mayor. So it's an item for information.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive. I'm going to call on Councillor McAlinden and then Councillor Cosby. McClellan, sorry, Councillor McClellan.
Under EDR 83, 2021, and I guess it's under the wider one council approach and the ongoing restructuring process, and it's specifically around the harmonisation of the ABC Council signage at the gateways both to our borough and to our towns. And I have raised this a couple of times, the last time being at the task force of Banbridge and Lagan River, and I have asked for a report from the strategic director, and as yet I haven't got it. So could I have an update on that, Lord Mayor? And I appreciate you indulging me in raising this. Thank you.
Going to call on Olga here.
Yes, thank you, Councillor McClelland, and I will follow up with you after this meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just on the point that Olga raises, before I get to the point that I actually want to raise, is I'm keen to hear where that is too, because this has been sitting in the system for a significant amount of time. Now, the last time I heard, maybe it was something to do with road service and sight lines or something like that. But, I mean, we're talking about boundary signage. Every other council in the country are miles ahead of us here, and we're still dithering about, worrying about road service and sight lines, and we're left with no boundary signs even into the borough from other council areas. So that is something that we need to get right. It's fairly basic in my view. But to the point in general under 5.5, and for the situation that we're currently in, having to have working groups as opposed to meetings facilitated via Zoom and online, it is horrendous that we're sitting here unable to meet socially distanced for our committees, for example, or via Zoom and online. You'd think that the Minister would have got their act together and brought the regulations forward fairly promptly to prevent this. I know other councillors are giving off as well, but it's shameful that the Minister couldn't coordinate this correctly to ensure that we were getting this through, and at least putting pressure on Westminster to move this through at a particular pace as well. We need to be meeting, we've business to do, and I'm uncomfortable at times when everything goes into the working groups that is normally in public, and I'm uncomfortable that it all ends up in there, because it appears that we're not being transparent as a council to the public, and I'm concerned about that. So I would be keen that we write fairly robustly to the executive to say, move this on and put as much pressure on wherever needed to we get the proper regulations in place so that we can meet and do our jobs properly.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cosby. Duly noted. Councillor Baxter, or sorry, Councillor Mitry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I make reference to GRS 78, and that was in relation to consultations from outside bodies. I had raised an issue on the Department of Education consultation about preschool provision. Can I just thank Sharon McNichol for her help around that? My concerns are now allayed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Mackle, please.
Hello. Hello. Yes, just to concur with those remarks by Alderman Moutray in relation to that piece of work around education, that was excellent. But just in relation to Councillor Cosby's piece, I understand that all the work has been done at the department and through the executive, and actually we're now waiting on royal approval for the regulations to come forward. So I don't see any point in writing to the executive office or the minister when they have done their work.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to item 6 on the agenda, schedule of correspondence. 6.1 to 6.7 have been previously circulated to yourselves on the 24th of March 2021. Okay, 6.1, 6.2, do we have anybody wishes to raise anything? Councillor Tennelson, go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's just in relation to item 6.1. I've had some correspondence from a number of residents in the area who actually weren't aware of the proposals for stopping up Lisnaskey Road. So it would just be to request that in any response that we send back, that we raise concerns around the level of consultation to date, and that we ensure that residents are aware of the proposals and that DFI completes that work, and also that if the plans are to proceed as outlined, that we would ensure there was appropriate traffic calming measures and pedestrian provision as well, given that there are a number of young families and so on who would be affected by the proposed route. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. 6.3 to 6.7 for noting. Councillor Alderman Spears.
Just on 6.2, I would like to know a little more details about it. I mean, I've had representation from a number of people in relation to what's happening at this particular location, and I would just like some clarity before this council would give its approval to this particular request in relation to this. If anyone has a look at this particular location and see what has appeared on the street, so to speak, or on the footpath, I'm not saying it can't be resolved, it possibly can, but I would like some clarity as regards possibly a former planning application in relation to the adjacent site. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Going to call in Roger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We can get some more information on that particular matter. I see the objection period ends on the 15th of July, so we'll get that information prior to that, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. 6.8 to 6.13. corresponds, and again items for noting. Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And it's agenda item 6.9. That's in relation to a notice of motion at Ards North Down Council. I welcome the passing of the notice of motion, in particular the first half of it. And I would make a proposal this evening that this council would deplore the refusal of the Stormont authorities to permit a stone sculpture to mark Northern Ireland Centenary to be placed at the seat of government, instructs the Chief Executive to convey our dismay to the Speaker of the Assembly and call for the reversal of the decision so that due respect can be shown to those who value our constitutional position as part of the United Kingdom. Full stop. So it's really taking the first half of that and also conveying our council's disgust, and we deplore the decision that was taken there by the Speaker to refuse to appropriately mark the centenary of Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Councillor Barry, go ahead.
Lord Mayor, and I would wholeheartedly agree with that proposal from Councillor Cosby, and happy to second it, based on the deeply concerning approach from some of those within Stormont in relation to refusing this sculpture in relation to it, and the fact that other organisations across the cultures have been able to get trees planted and things like that within the Stormont estate. And I think it's vitally important that we as a council would make our views known on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barry. Councillor Cosby, just to confirm, it starts off at this council and then finishes where, sorry?
It finishes, it's the first 4 lines of what would have been the notice of motion. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. The first 4 full lines, and then ending on the 5th line at the United Kingdom.
Okay, members, I'll give you a few seconds to read that there and digest. We have a proposal and seconder. Are we all agreed? I don't think so. Okay, go for a vote then. Okay, so as per the last time you went through the vote, I'm going to call your names out. Alderman Anderson, do you agree, yes or no? Yes. Councillor Baxter? Yes. Councillor Barry?
Yes.
Alderman Burns?
Yes.
Councillor Cosby?
Yep.
Councillor Duffy? No. Councillor Flaherty?
Yes.
Councillor Greenfield?
Yes.
Councillor Hockey? No. Councillor Hockin?
No.
Councillor Keating? Not yet, sorry. Alderman Kennedy?
Yes.
Councillor Larkham? No. Councillor Lavery?
Yes.
Councillor Macaulay?
Yes.
Councillor Michael?
No.
Councillor Michael Linden?
No.
Councillor McClelland?
Yes.
Councillor McGowan? No. Councillor McElrath?
Yes.
Councillor McKinstry?
Yes.
Councillor McNally?
No.
Councillor McNeil? Not here. Alderman Mutry?
Yes.
Councillor Nelson? Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor O'Hanlon? Councillor O'Neill? Councillor Pope?
Yes.
Alderman Rankin? Councillor Kevin Savage?
No.
Councillor Kyle Savage?
Yes.
Alderman Spears?
Yes.
Councillor Tennyson?
Yes.
Councillor Tinsley? Yes. Councillor Toman?
No.
Alderman Twyble?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Deputy Lord Mayor? And Lord Mayor, yes. Okay. 2 seconds. For the proposal, 24 yes and 14 no. So the proposal passes. Councillor McLellan, go ahead.
Item 6.8, the extension of the 40-mile-an-hour speed limit at Banbridge Road, Craigavon. I come in on this one to simply welcome this decision. This is something that residents in the area have been asking for, and it's something that myself, Alderman Rankin, and the MP for the area, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, have been working on. So it's nice to see it coming into place. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McLellan. Councillor Huggy.
There that our council does the same, calls on the British and Irish governments, as well as on that the relevant ministers in Stormont, Dáil, Éireann and Westminster, to support stop the import of Italian bees into Britain via the north of Ireland, as well onto the island of Ireland, north and south, with or without the intent of forward exportation. Thank you.
And second by Councillor Hockin. Councillor Baxter.
Can I just ask for clarity? Are we changing something there, Lord Mayor? I couldn't really hear it, to be honest.
I'm gonna ask for the clarity again. The speaker, sorry, Councillor Huggy, the speaker wasn't coming across. Could you repeat that again, please?
Hang
on. Is the audio on? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just want to propose that, mindful of such risks, Armagh, Banbridge, and Craigavon Borough Council calls on both governments, British and Irish governments, to and as well as the relevant ministers in Stormont, Dáil, Éireann and Westminster, to stop the import of Italian bees via the north of Ireland, as well as onto the island of Ireland, north and south, with or without the intent of forward exportation.
Go ahead, Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Given that the Irish government don't have any power to stop the flow of goods into Northern Ireland in terms of trade that is coming from anywhere else in the world into Northern Ireland ports, I certainly wouldn't be supporting the sentiments of that. And given the fact that the members in Fermanagh and Omagh who supported this also can't even refer to the name of our country, I certainly won't be supporting the sentiments of this evening. I have no issue in terms of protecting local and indigenous bees to Northern Ireland and I guess the British Isles, but certainly the wording of this evening I certainly couldn't support, given the fact it doesn't even recognise Northern Ireland as an actual place. But I think as the former Councillor Davy Jones referred to the north of Ireland, somewhere between Portrush and Iceland.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cosby. Councillor Macaulay.
Forward for some more information on the risks and what exactly she means from this proposal here, coming from a council that just want to know the finer details of what she's proposing.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to that in a second. Councillor Savage, Kyle Savage.
Coming in behind Councillor McCauley's remarks there, about the importance of the bees to the local agricultural industry, and especially the fruit growers within this council area, the orchards and that. So it's very important, but we need more information on anything before we can make a decision on it here tonight. But we need to bear in mind the detrimental effect that this could have on our local agri-business within this council area.
Thank you. Do you want to respond, Councillor?
Thank you, members, for that. I think it's no secret that bees have a very important role to play. They are they pollinate and create and help to grow 3/4 of the plants and 90% of the world's food. They're the most important pollinator that this earth has, and I don't think that we should fight over whether we choose to call where we live with 3 words or with 2 words and to politicise it in that way. It's clearly a very important message that we're sending to these governments. The finer detail is in the motion that we're asking them to stop the importation of Italian bees because they have a detrimental impact on native bees here. We're trying to preserve bees in any way we can on this island. And that's what the motion, or that's what I'm proposing, that we protect the bees in any way possible. I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert on the subject, but I've done significant research into pollinators, and anybody who has any inclination in or interest in animal species know the impact of foreign species coming on and affecting them in that way. The grey squirrel being probably one of the most prominent, so I think we should look at that and put politics aside for once and support this and protect our bees in the way that we should to protect our planet for future generations, as we should be doing anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, we're going to move to a vote. Okay, so in the same manner as before, Councillor Cosby.
I am very conscious that we do have very skilled and capable conservation officers who will know a heck of a lot more about this information and pollinators and bees, probably than any member sitting across this chamber. So I wonder, is this something we could do, defer to them for further information, and then we take further steps going forward to see what it is as a council we can legitimately do, and again, instead of just dropping it into the meeting here, which is an issue that it appears to be quite important across the chamber. So let's see if we can get some substantial and an educated position from our own conservation officers who are experts in this and not us. That would be a proposal, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McLellan.
Lord Mayor, thank you. And to come in behind Councillor Cosby, and I suppose as the only member in the chamber who is actually an arable farmer and who perhaps does a wee bit of conservation as their day job, I think it's a very, very useful suggestion that Councillor Cosby has made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. We have a proposer. Do you wish to proceed? Yep. Okay, so we have a proposer and a seconder. I'm going to put it to a vote. In the same manner as before, members, I'll call out your name.
Lord Mayor, would you be kind enough to, Lord Mayor, could you be kind enough to clarify exactly what point we're working at?
Yeah.
I'm lost, I'm afraid.
We are on 6.3 for Fermanagh and Omagh District Council Notice of Motion, protective of native honeybees. Have we? Okay, so we're going for Councillor Hockey's proposal. Okay. Alderman Anderson, yes or no, or abstain? Okay, so the proposal is, give me 2 seconds. Okay, so it's given the ABC Council commitment to All Ireland Pollinator Scheme, denoting previous council decisions taken in relation to reducing use of harmful pesticides, reducing grass and hedge cutting, and encourage protection and promotion of natural habitats of our bee population. This council calls on the British Government and the relevant Stormont and Dale ministers to oppose the importation of Italian honeybees through the north of Ireland and to move to complete ban of such actions in the future. Is that correct?
Lord Mayor, maybe if members want to turn to 6.3 on minute pad, as you have said, it's the letter from Fermanagh and Omagh Council. And maybe if Councillor Hockey, if you could repeat again just what the change is. I know we're struggling with audio up at the top table here. We're finding it really hard to hear. If you wouldn't mind, that'd be great. Thank you.
I'll go back to using my teacher voice then. So this council, Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon Borough Council, calls on the British and Irish Government, as well as on the relevant ministers in Stormont, Dáil Éireann and Westminster, to stop the import of Italian bees into Britain via the north of Ireland, as well as onto the island of Ireland, north and south, with or without intent or forward exploitation.
Are we happy enough with that? No, so we're going to go to a vote. Okay.
Finally.
So yes, no, abstain, or do not vote. Alderman Anderson. No. Councillor Baxter. No. Councillor Barry. Alderman Burns. Councillor Cosby. Councillor Duffy. Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Greenfield.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hockey.
Yes.
Councillor Hoggian. Yes. Alderman Kennedy. Councillor Larkham. Councillor Lavery. Yes. Councillor Macaulay. No. Councillor Michael. Yes. Councillor Michael Linden. Yes. Councillor McClelland. Councillor McGowan? Yes. Councillor McElrath? No. Councillor McKinstry? No. Councillor McNally?
Yes.
Councillor Alderman Mutry? No. Councillor Nelson? Yes. Councillor Nicholson? No. Councillor O'Hanlon? Yes. Councillor O'Neill? Councillor Pope? Yes. Alderman Rankin? Councillor Kevin Savage. Councillor Kyle Savage. Alderman Spears. Councillor Tennyson. Yes. Councillor Tinsley. Councillor Toman. Yes. Alderman Twyble.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Wilson. Deputy Lord Mayor. Yes. And Lord Mayor, no. 2 seconds, members.
Yeah. I suppose we'll have to.
Okay, members, the count's in. Yes for the proposal, 17. No for the proposal, 21. So the proposal falls. Councillor Cosby, you had a proposal? It was to do with the to bring back a report. Do you want to come in?
Lord Mayor, just to clarify that it is that this issue would go to the Council's Conservation Officer, who is much more knowledgeable in this subject than us, and that he would bring back further information, and then following that information and his advice, that then we would take the necessary actions to address the issue.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
I'm happy to second that, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Members, have we agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Okay, schedule of documents, agenda item 7, that are requiring the corporal seal for approval, 7.1 to 7.8. Can I seek a proposer and seconder to agree to sign and seal the aforementioned documents? Alderman Moutray, Councillor Greenfield. Thank you, members. Okay. Agenda item 8, notices of motion. Okay, so notice of motion in relation to the climate change bill, which is proposed by Councillor McClelland and seconded by Councillor McElrath. Councillor McClelland, over to you.
Notes with concern the terms of the private members' climate change bill currently before the Northern Ireland Assembly. Climate change and reducing carbon emissions is recognised as being one of the seminal issues of our generation. The private members' climate change bill currently before the Assembly includes a target date of 2045 for Northern Ireland to be net carbon zero. DERA officials have warned after receiving evidence from the independent scientific UK Climate Change Committee that in their view this will require a substantial reduction in output, which is likely to be extremely damaging to our livestock sectors in Northern Ireland. This council notes the 82% reduction target for Northern Ireland set by the UK Climate Change Committee by 2050 when comparing 1990 with 2050. Experts warn this 2050 target will in itself be incredibly challenging. Given the importance of the beef, sheep and dairy sectors to our agri-food sector, this council requests that a letter be sent to the sponsor and co-sponsors of this bill, urging them to recognise and rectify the unacceptable and unrealistic demands that their bill will have on business, but in particular our largest primary industry, the agri-food sector. This council should also write to the NI Executive requesting that at the very least the Agriculture Minister's climate change bill proposal is discussed as a matter of urgency at the next Executive meeting. Lord Mayor, climate change is without doubt the seminal issue that confronts our planet today. To do nothing is simply not an option. Future generations would not forgive us. Targets that are set by any legislation must be science-led, appropriate and achievable. This issue is much too serious for political parties, elected representatives, or indeed anyone else to look for cheap headlines. Lord Mayor, I think everyone recognises that vast behavioural change across society will be necessary in the years ahead if we are to deal effectively with this issue. Change inevitably involves pain. Members, revolutionising our society to meet our obligations on climate change and carbon reduction will cause pain, being no doubt of this. The current private members' climate change bill in front of the Northern Ireland Assembly sets the unrealistic target of net carbon zero by 2045. Indeed, the expert group, the UK Climate Change Committee, which is chaired by Lord Deben, have set Northern Ireland an 82% emissions reduction target, and this target is research-based and science-led, having, amongst other things, taken into consideration the fact that Northern Ireland is an export-based agri-food sector with up on 80% of our beef, dairy and lamb production being consumed outside of Northern Ireland. An 82% reduction, Lord Mayor, by 2050 will in itself be challenging to meet, but will give our vital agri-food sector some additional time and wriggle room to make the necessary changes. Lord Deben was quoted in evidence to the Assembly last week as saying it would be morally wrong, scientifically impossible and unachievable for Northern Ireland to make net carbon zero emissions before 2050. We hear much from parties across this chamber of their support for our farmers and our agri-food sector, which is great. Every one of those parties at the Assembly level have supported this private member's bill, except for the Democratic Unionist Party. Our party will always stand with our farmers. Lord Mayor, this private member's bill is not good for farmers or for the tens of thousands of people employed in the agri-food sector. The Deputy President of the Ulster Farmers Union, Mr. David Brown, said last week, what is most concerning is that even with these direct statements from the Climate Change Committee experts, our politicians and the environmental lobby are still not listening. If implemented, this private member's bill will decimate our agri-food sector. Lord Mayor, we on the DUP benches in this chamber stand with our farmers and our agri-food sector. Our Assembly colleagues oppose this private member's bill, as do the ABC Council DUP group. Lord Mayor, to conclude, as a global community, we must take action to combat climate change. Behavioural change on our part is required and will be painful. Realistic, achievable targets are required when putting a plan in place. This current climate change private members bill sets unrealistic and unachievable targets. I would ask that ABC Council send a message of support to our agri-food sector this evening by giving unanimous support to this motion. I commend the motion to Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to call upon Councillor McElrath to second your proposal.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I very much welcome the opportunity to support and second the motion brought by Councillor McClellan this evening. The Climate Change Private Members Bill brought before the Northern Ireland Assembly will, if implemented, have dramatic and far-reaching consequences for the agri-food industry in Northern Ireland, and very specifically for farmers, their families and the 15,000 people employed in the sector in this council area. The agri-food sector across the borough, this borough is huge. As a council, we promote and assist where and when we can, and that is absolutely the right thing to do. The implications for the industry if this bill passes will be a 50% reduction in the beef and dairy sector in this area. That will be catastrophic, and indeed there are very few members in this chamber who will not be directly or indirectly impacted by it. By the way, experts say that a 50% reduction will not even deliver a net zero carbon figure by 2045. This is set in stark contrast to a 60% increase in the world demand for food by 2050. Lord Mayor, to put carbon emissions in perspective, on average the Chinese government open one mega fossil fuel power station every week and will continue to do so for the next decade and way beyond. Northern Ireland, on the other hand, represents 0.04 of global carbon emissions. Farmers have their part to play in reducing carbon emissions and stand ready and willing to do so, but legislation must be fair and balanced and backed up by evidence. I would encourage members to take on board and listen to the huge concerns expressed by those who very ably represent the agri-food industry. As the UFU president said recently, our farmers are the climate change solution, not the problem. This council can send out a very strong message tonight that it stands with the agri-food industry, farmers, and the representative farming organisations who have quite rightly spoken out against the private members' bill. As William Irwin MLA remarked in the recent Assembly debate on this issue, farmers, representative organisations and the agri-food sector reject this bill not because they have some fear or unwillingness to protect and enhance the environment. They already do that. But because such a bill, if implemented, would do unimaginable harm to food production in Northern Ireland. Instead, I urge parties to get behind the DAERA Minister's climate change bill, which was approved by the Executive last Thursday, and while still very challenging, sets out more realistic carbon emission targets over a longer time frame. Lord Mayor, I am pleased to second the motion brought by Councillor McClellan tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to call upon Councillor Kyle Savage to speak.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Nobody could disagree with a lot of what has been said here tonight. And as someone who's involved in the livestock industry for all of my life, I can understand the pressures that's facing the local farming community. Environmental issues are not going to go away. We have to deal with them. But we have to look after the farming, the agri-food industry within this council area and indeed within Northern Ireland. Especially within this council area, we have the agri-food industry, which equates to 33.4% of our local economy. And that's something we have to look after and protect and support. But one of the things that Lord Devon's chair of the UK's Climate Change Committee has warned and is deeply concerned about is the political instability at Stormont, which could have a big impact on setting any policy going forward. So that's something I would encourage the big parties at Stormont to deal with. But the last paragraph is where it states the Northern Ireland Executive requesting that at the very least the Agriculture Minister's Climate Change Bill proposal is discussed as a matter of urgency at the next executive meeting. That was done last Thursday and has passed and has moved on to the next stage. So it is. But without prolonging, we all know the pressures that's under our environment, and each and every one of us have our part to play in that. But I would, if possible, like to add in the concerns of the community right across Northern Ireland and beyond about the impact of climate change. Note that a private member's climate change bill was brought to the Assembly in March 2021, and further notes that the Agricultural Minister's bill has been discussed at the Northern Ireland Executive and has received approval to move to its next stage. Given the importance of the beef, sheep and dairy sectors to our agri-food sector, this Council requests that a letter be sent to the Agriculture Minister asking him to urgently engage with the co-sponsors of the private member's climate change bill to seek common ground to deliver appropriate climate change reduction targets alongside support for the agri-food sector. And indeed, Lord Mayor, this is too important for us to mess up. We've got to get it right. So we do. And we've got to engage with the expertise that's out there. And the Climate Change Committee within the UK here has a lot of expertise within its ranks, and that's what we shall be listening to in the scientific evidence going forward. But I'm not one for hanging dates. I'm one for wanting to get action done and progress this issue forward. Instead of worrying about a date to work to, we need to get off our butts and get the job done. And I appeal to those in Stormont to get it done and move forward. And indeed, Lord Mayor, if I may progress a wee bit further, this council has a lot of work to do. So it does. Within the environmental issues. Food waste is one of the biggest issues facing the United Kingdom. A third of food is wasted. That is something that we can do here and play our part in here to help and protect our environment. And many other issues. We have a climate change committee that's set up by council. We've met once. That's not good enough. We need to do more here. We need to get our own house in order before we start dictating to everybody else. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Savage. Can you just confirm the wording of your amendment there? Where it begins and where it ends, please?
The concerns of the community, and then finishes with the reduction targets alongside support for the agri-food side. I'll send it across if that's okay. Emailed across to you if that's okay.
Councillor O'Hanlon.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'm happy to second the amendment. The proposer says that climate change is the seminal issue of our generation, and I don't think anyone can disagree. And I welcome the debate tonight. and I welcome the debate that's happening in the public sphere on this issue. I think it's right that we set realistic targets. I also believe it's right that we set mitigations and support for the farming and agri-food sector, and that whatever is brought in a phased implementation process. I think it's important that we have support for the agri-food industry, we have support for diversification, and we help modernise, shape and repurpose our farming communities to help meet targets. Though I do note with some humour that the proposer of the amendment purports to be supporters of the farming community. Well, that being the case, then why did we support Brexit? Why did they support Brexit? Because it's not good for farmers, it's not good for producers and processors, and the refusal of the UK government to sign up to food standards opens up the UK market to an Australian trade deal. That will have devastating consequences on the farming and agri-food industry here as well. Not to mention opening up to the South Americas, to the Brazils of this world. They too will have devastating impacts on the farming industry. So I would support the amendment and the sentiments in it. I think it's important that while our parties have signed up to and co-sponsored the bill at Stormont, it's important that everyone gets round the table and that an agreement is hammered out, and would happily second the amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Halloran. Councillor Macaulay.
No, it's just, it's okay.
No problem.
Take the tail.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tennyson, go ahead.
That's me now, thank you. Lord Mayor, we've had this debate, it feels like almost ad nauseum in this chamber, and I'm hearing on one hand that climate change is the most seminal issue facing us today, and on the other we're being told that there's room for manoeuvre, and there's time to waste, and there's time for negotiation, and there's time for more talk. The scientific consensus has been clear on this for 30, 40 years. And there has been no political action in Northern Ireland. We are the only region in these islands, the UK or Ireland, that does not have climate change legislation. That is due to inaction from successive DAERA ministers, and it's due to political instability and political stalemate. Now, we're told that the minister has another bill that he's going to introduce. Have any of us in this chamber seen that bill? Do any of us actually know what's in it? So we're being told here to roll back from the private member's bill and be left with the default position in Northern Ireland, which seems to be do nothing. Close our eyes, pretend it isn't happening, someone else will deal with it. It's not good enough. And I don't know how anyone in this chamber could go out and talk to anyone, any young constituent, any constituent who cares about the climate emergency, and say that they supported this motion tonight to roll back on commitments that 4 out of 5 parties in this chamber have already signed up to. This is just yet another product of DUP climate denial, DUP delay, and it's simply not good enough. Now, I agree that we must support our agri-food sector through this. It's a critical industry. And there's work to be done in terms of enabling measures, in terms of skills, in terms of awareness, in terms of moving towards nature-friendly farming. There's a huge body of work to be done in terms of tackling food waste, in terms of the practices that are there. And of course, that has to be central to all of this. But the idea that there's time to waste on this, that we can kick the can further, it's just simply denial politics. Because change is going to have to happen. And the longer we delay doing anything about it, the harder that's going to be for these industries to adopt to. So I would urge all members not to support this motion in its current form. And I have to say, the irony isn't lost on me either, and Councillor O'Hanlon mentioned it, that the DUP are here tonight champion the agriculture industry and our farmers when they supported Brexit, that delivered a trade deal with Australia that has led to farmers here competing in the UK market with imports from Australia, where they have intensified farming
Councillor
practices.
Tennyson, there's been a point of order. Go ahead, Councillor Cosby.
A member who speaks strictly to the motion under discussion or amendment. Since we're not talking about Brexit and DUP Brexit policy, difficult to understand how Brexit policy actually relates to what we're under discussing. So I would ask you, Lord Mayor, with your indulgence, to move the debate back to the topic at hand and not Brexit.
Have a few much more to go, Councillor Tennyson.
Well, look, if you want to know the correlation, well, international cooperation is key to tackling climate change, so Brexit is inextricably linked to our ability to tackle this issue, but I'm not surprised that Councillor Cosby and his DUP former colleagues maybe don't want to talk about that issue given where we've landed. But the point is, Lord Mayor, there are other threats to agriculture here that we need to tackle. We need to work with them. We need to support them, absolutely. But we cannot live in denial in terms of the climate crisis that we face. And I would urge all members not to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tennyson. Alderman Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I suppose without incurring the procedural pinpointing of Councillor Cosby, I would say, in terms of Councillor Tennyson's remarks, that he obviously hasn't spoken to too many farmers in terms of Brexit, in terms of what the red tape and the hoops that have to be jumped through for farmers has been during the European tenure versus what the circumstances will be following the resolution of the protocol issues. I don't think it's going to be in any way a shock to any farmer, or well, it's a shock certainly to Councillor Tennyson that he feels that the DUP are on the wrong side of that debate. We're engaged with farmers, hence one of the main points of Brexit. But that being said, on the issue of climate change, as has been said, nobody disputes the fact that actions are going to have to be taken, and that means everybody in this room, as has been said also, but it also means right across industry. There's going to be major implications for how we live our lives in our own homes, major implications on what we spend our money on and other issues. So in terms of this particular motion, and from Councillor McClellan's perspective, I fully understand the issue in terms of agriculture, and that's only one area. Let's be clear. The issue remains the fact that it can't be good policy to impose unachievable targets, which mean that we import food from countries with much lower standards on emissions. As Councillor McElrath has already said, China is churning out not goods but power stations that consume fossil fuels at an alarming rate. Northern Ireland contributes 0.04% to global emissions. We simply ask that things are taken in measure and in ratio, and that is why we propose this motion. It is good that now Minister puts his bill through DAERA, which is backed up by all officials within the department. It's a department-led initiative, so let's not be thinking that it's somebody's crusade. It's simply not. We've had copious amounts of time spent at DAERA committee debating the private member's bill. Now we'll have the same amount of effort going into the DAERA minister's own departmental bill. I think that's an important process. It's already been very important listening to the likes of Lord Devon, listening to the likes of the industry leaders and the stakeholders that have given their evidence. We've heard evidence to the contrary as well. I think it's important we have achievable targets. The 2045 deadline is just unachievable. Every industry leader, a huge body of science is saying it's not possible. We are taking this from a UK perspective, so that means it's a collective effort. It's not Northern Ireland singly taking on this mammoth task. It's part of a United Kingdom effort. That's important. There are strengths and weaknesses in production here in Northern Ireland. We play to our strengths. We play where we can find ways forward to help the overall UK target. Lord Devon's made that clear. He's also said that it just simply isn't possible to achieve the 2045 deadline. So, this isn't about politics, it's about achievability. That's the bottom line. So we can dress it up and pretend we're not in tune with farmers, or we're acting in some way, that Brexit's something to do with. This is about basic benchmarking and achievability and bringing an industry with you. You can't have an industry against this. You have to bring it with the main body of what you're trying to achieve. So if you have stakeholders saying this is wrong, we don't, let's go with the 82% by 2050. That's where our efforts should be as a legislative, area within the UK and contributing to the overall UK aim by 2050. It's really simple, and I know the language is changing. I've seen it change in terms of committee debates. The language is changing. People are stepping back from this 2045 deadline. I can see it. I can see it in this chamber tonight as well, and that'll continue. And the reality, the cold hard reality of what a 2045 deadline would mean for every aspect of our lives here in Northern Ireland, based on the 0.04 contribution. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Anybody else? Okay, so we're going to go to the vote. I'm going to read out the amendment of. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And just to start off, I mean, we can all admire Councillor Cosby's determination to remain relevant, but if we all want to get home tonight, I wish he would sort of ease off on his interventions there. As usual, the DUP are isolated on one of the most important issues of the day, and recent history is replete with instances where the DUP have taken the wrong path and held everybody else back. I mean, our targets in the north need to be ambitious. We need to take this seriously. This is an emergency. It also lends itself to an all-island approach in relation to meeting those targets, so I couldn't support the DUP motion, but I'd like some clarity about Councillor Savage's amendment, because I think there's a lot in there that we could certainly work with and we could support, but certainly couldn't support the DUP motion. And
okay, thank you. I'll read out the amendment. Remove after that this council notes and replace with the concerns of the community right across Northern Ireland and beyond the impact of the climate change. Notes that the private member's climate change bill was brought before the Assembly in March 2021, and further notes the Agriculture Minister's bill has been discussed with the Northern Ireland Executive and has received approval to its next stage. Given the importance of beef, sheep and dairy sectors to our agri-food sector, this council requests that a letter be sent to the Agricultural Minister asking him to encourage or to urgently engage with the sponsor and co-sponsors of the private member's bill to seek common ground to deliver appropriate climate change reduction targets alongside support for the agri-food sector. Councillor McLeod, do you accept the amendment?
Loath to accept it, because I think in terms of the two bills and in terms of the targets that the two bills set, I think they are so very different. And I think that just when I am speaking, this business coming from certain members that the DUP are climate change deniers. Lord Mayor, in my day job, the climate environment, it's front and centre day and daily. So I take a wee bit of exception to certain members across this chamber saying anything else, quite frankly. They should follow me around for a week and then they would know. So I take severe exception to that. And certainly in terms of the timing of all this, my motion was sent in on the 12th of May. So, things have moved on. Thankfully, the minister's bill was before the executive. Thankfully, it is progressing, so that's to be welcome. But, Lord Mayor, no, I think the two bills are so different that I wouldn't accept the amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to a vote on the amendment. Okay, so as before, I'm going to call out your name. Yes, no, abstain, or did not vote? Okay. Recorded vote, okay. Alderman Anderson? No. Councillor Baxter? No. Councillor Barry? Alderman Burns? Councillor Cosby? No. Councillor Duffy? Yes. Councillor Flaherty? Yes. Councillor Greenfield?
No.
Councillor Hockey? Councillor Hockian? Yes. Councillor Keating's not here. Alderman Kennedy? Councillor Larkham? Yes. Councillor Lavery? Yes. Councillor Macaulay? Yes. Councillor Michael? Yes. Councillor Michael Linden? Yes. Councillor McClelland? Councillor McGowan? Yes. Councillor McElrath? No. Councillor McKinstry? Yes. Councillor McNally?
Yes.
Councillor McNeil? Not here. Alderman Moutry?
No.
Councillor Nelson? Yes. Councillor Nicholson? Yes. Councillor O'Hanlon? Yes. Councillor O'Neill? Yes. Councillor Pope? Yes. Alderman Rankin? Councillor Kevin Savage? Yes. Councillor Kyle Savage? Yes. Alderman Spears? Yes. Councillor Tennyson? Yes. Councillor Tinsley? Yes. Councillor Toman? Yes. Alderman Twyble?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson? Deputy Lord Mayor? Yes. And Lord Mayor, yes. You have 2 seconds to count that up, members. Okay, thank you, members. For the amendment, we have yes 27, no 11, so the amendment carries. Amendment now becomes the substantive. Can I get a proposer and seconder for the what we got on the table? Councillor Savage, Kyle Savage, proposed. Councillor O'Halloran, second. We all agreed? Thank you. Apologies. Councillor Michael, do you want to have a few words?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I think it's just unfortunate the signal that will be sent from this chamber this evening in terms of our support, or perhaps the distinct lack of support for our farmers and for the agri-food sector in this particular matter. I think it's just very, very sad, Lord Mayor, but I will leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to agenda item 8.2, notice of motion.
We're not agreed with the motion.
Say again?
We're not agreed with the motion. We never voted on it. The substantive motion, we never.
Okay, we'll go for a proposal, or we'll go for a vote on the substantive then.
Recorded vote.
Okay, so can we have yes, no, abstain? Alderman Anderson on the substantive motion. Councillor Baxter? Councillor Barry? Alderman Burns? Councillor Cosby? Councillor Duffy? Councillor Flaherty? Councillor Greenfield?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hockey? Councillor Hockian?
Yes.
Councillor Keating? Not here. Alderman Kennedy? Councillor Larkham? Councillor Lavery? Councillor Macaulay? Councillor Michael? Councillor Michael Linden. Councillor McClelland. Say again. Councillor McGowan. Councillor McElrath. Councillor McKinstry. Councillor McNally.
Yes.
Councillor McNeil. Not here. Alderman Mitri. Councillor Nelson. Councillor Nicholson. Councillor O'Hanlon. Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Pope. Alderman Rankin. Councillor Kevin Savage. Councillor Kyle Savage. Alderman Spears. Yes. Councillor Tennyson. Councillor Tinsley. Councillor Toman. Alderman Twyble.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Wilson. Deputy Lord Mayor. And Lord Mayor. Yes. Okay, as it was recorded vote, for the noes, Alderman Anderson, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Barry, Councillor Cosby, Councillor Greenfield, Councillor McClelland, Councillor McElrath, Alderman Mitri, Alderman Rankin, Councillor Tinsley, Alderman Wilson. And for the yeses, Alderman Burns, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Hockey, Councillor Hockin, Alderman Kennedy, Councillor Larkham, Councillor Lavery, Councillor Macaulay, Councillor Michael, Councillor Michael Linden, Councillor McKeown, Councillor McKinstry, Councillor McNally, Councillor Nelson, Councillor Nicholson, Councillor O'Hanlon, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Pope, Councillor Kevin Savage, Councillor Kyle Savage, Alderman Spears, Councillor Tennyson, Councillor Toman, Alderman Twyble, Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor. So that's 27 yeses and 11 noes. Okay. So move on now to item agenda 8, notice of motion in relation to autism services. So we have a proposal by our Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Donnelly, and second by Councillor Michael.
Thank you. I bring this motion in front of you all this evening as I am very concerned for children here in the north having to wait for up to 2 years and longer on a diagnosis for autism. I find this so unfair on the children. As we all know, early intervention is key. All 5 of the North's health trusts are now accepting private diagnosis, and in some cases these private consultations can cost up to £1,400. Again, very unfair on families who simply cannot afford this. I urge you all to get behind this motion.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and I'm going to call upon Councillor Michael to second the proposal.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I mean, there's not a day goes by that I don't get contacted by some family who are facing these delays in relation to autism diagnosis, and it's just a situation that's getting worse. And without a diagnosis, children are unable to access the services they need, services through the health services, through their education. Their provision isn't right, and every day that that goes on, the child's life gets worse, and the difficulties that that child faces gets worse. And the situation just keeps getting worse every year. And of course, the pandemic hasn't helped things. but it's now really at a time where we need to get a grip on this. It's not fair on families, as Councillor Donnelly said. Not all families can afford £1,200 or £1,500 in order to access a private diagnosis. But even then, it doesn't open up services. It just gives clarity in terms of what the child's condition is. So I hope that all members can get behind this and get the message to the Minister that we need action, we need a strategy to deal with this now so that these children can get the diagnosis and the services that they require.
Thank you very much, Councillor Michael. Can I call upon Councillor Flaherty and then Councillor Holland Pope?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you to those who have brought this motion. It's not the first time a motion regarding autism services has come to this floor. As I'm sure Councillor O'Hanlon would point out, back in 2018, Councillor Amelia Campbell and I brought a motion here to the Chamber regarding autism services. And can I just take this opportunity at this juncture to thank sincerely the officers in our council who work diligently across all departments with regards to facilitating an autism-friendly borough, which we're working towards. And I'm very proud of the officers. They really, truly have worked very hard on this. You're quite right, members. This is really not a new issue. These problems are not new. Even 5 years ago, when Michelle O'Neill was Minister of Health, there were 2,500 children waiting for an autism spectrum assessment. Whilst that is obviously lower, the reality is that it was 4 times the number waiting only 5 years before that. So regrettably, this has been a long-standing problem. Not also withstanding the pandemic, which has brought about huge challenges for people right across our community, including people with autism and their families who have been hit, I know, particularly hard, because like the member says, there is hardly a day goes by that I'm not in touch with a family regarding this on a number of different levels. We have a decade-long period here, guys, that we're dealing with underinvestment, lack of direction, which has hit autism services. And can we not forget the 3 years that we had complete and utter political stagnation? And I spent those 3 years writing to permanent secretaries about this because we did not have an executive to be writing to at all. So I understand fully that intervention early is helpful here. I understand and I'm well aware that there are differences between the trusts, and we'd like to see sharing of services across trusts and between trusts. Hopefully the interim strategy that our Health Minister Robin Swan brought out earlier this year will hopefully help, but what we need is sustained investment also to recruit additional staff to improve services for these young people, children and young people. We know that Robin Swan has brought in the provision for sharing services in other aspects of healthcare, so that is certainly something worth looking at for autism services in the interim. So I'm happy to support that a letter is written to the Health Minister. However, on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, I would like to propose that that same letter is sent to the Department of Education, the Minister there, the Department for Communities, and the Department for Finance, because this is a cross-cutting issue that affects these families and children, and we need someone to show us the money. So, yes, happy to support your motion as put with regards to the Health Minister, but with that amendment just on the end that the letter is also shared with the other ministers. Thank you very much. Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaherty. Councillor O'Hanlon.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor, and can I thank the Deputy Lord Mayor for bringing the notice of motion for us tonight. But even as we speak, those figures are even out of date. In that there's at the minute there's 5,124 children on that waiting list for that diagnosis, or for that assessment, albeit the Southern Trust is 179. The only one below us is the Southeastern Trust at 70. But if you're a parent of a child waiting on that assessment, 1 day is far too long, never mind up on 2 years. And they're saying that at the minute it takes 38 weeks is the waiting time minimum in the Southern Trust area. I know recently I was involved in an event, and a colleague of Councillor Mackles from the Children's Law Centre, Rachel Hogan, was involved, and she was absolutely excellent. And one thing that I would suggest is, I know Councillor Mackle will be shy about this, but I would actually encourage any family out there to engage their services in trying to press things ahead in terms of these services. But absolutely happy to and content to support the notice of motion, and also in relation to Councillor Flaherty's request that it goes to those in education, communities and finance. Absolutely, completely agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Hanlon. Councillor Pope.
For autistic children, their families and carers. There needs to be joined up a collaborative working through the many stakeholders, including the executive departments, the health and social care sector, and community and voluntary organisations. And if I could maybe add as well that, going forward, that providing employers with more information on autistic people and how they should be supported in their jobs and careers in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pope. Councillor O'Hanlon, can I confirm, did you second the amendment? Yeah. Okay, I've just checked with the Deputy Lord Mayor. She's happy for that amendment to go in. Okay. Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And just to say that if it's okay with Councillor Mackle that I do actually speak on this issue, if he doesn't mind, given his concern for how many times I've interjected in the meeting this evening, but however, I won't shy away from representing my constituents, and maybe his constituents should be more concerned about his lack of interjections in the meeting than my number of interjections. However, for the purpose of the notice of motion, Lord Mayor, I am happy to support, and I'm happy to support the amendment. These assessments and diagnosis are actually the gateway to families getting the right level of support that they need, both in school and in the community. And therefore, they are essential to families getting peace of mind and appropriate services to meet the needs of children and young people. This is a matter about health for children and young people. And I also think that the issue, and I'm not going to add to the letter writing this evening, but I also think there is a role for the Children's Commissioner in Northern Ireland. And I know that Coola would be particularly interested in this issue, given that young people are being denied the appropriate support and level of interventions that are required for education, community and family and home support without a diagnosis of autism, because nobody will provide that for you unless you actually have your diagnosis or your statement of special educational needs or anything like that. So it is hugely difficult. And I say that as someone with a nephew who is going through the process at the minute. And the time leading up to this has been absolutely horrendous for my sister and for the school, indeed trying to deal with the issues that come with that and trying to understand and establish the reasons behind behaviours and why things get stressful when it appears to everybody else there's no need for the stress. But young people are struggling to get the support that they need at this particular time. So it is vital that that is done. But I do hope that we do make some progress on this issue, and I'm happy that all of the relevant government departments are included in this, particularly the Department of Finance, who do have it within their gift to reallocate monies and spending reviews to departments for specific issues. And this is one that I think everybody in the country would support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cosby. I'm getting the feeling for probably the first time tonight we're all in agreement. Are we all agreed? Yes. I'm going to call upon Deputy Lord Mayor to wind up the motion.
Thank you, everybody. I welcome everybody's positive comments there and their positive contributions, and especially the cross-party support on this. And I commend the motion to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. Okay, we're going to move on to item 8 on the agenda, which is notice of motion in relation to town centres, which is proposed by Councillor McGowan and seconded by Councillor Duffy. Councillor McGowan, you're on.
Our town centres are shared areas, and this will remain so no matter the time of year. Flags being erected in town centres and high streets only divide us. The majority of people do not want flags of any sort outside their business. They want a welcoming place for all to come. Considering the hard year businesses have already faced due to the pandemic, we should be doing all we can to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Duffy.
That's me on now. Thank you. Fox criticism, it happens every year. Petulant whining, change the broken record, as well as we'll take no lectures from Sinn Féin, all remarks from other parties in this chamber about flags and albums in our town centres. But the flags of the north of Ireland, of which there are too many, are being used for division and to mark territories, which just leads to unfortunate negative connotations locally. And I don't see how anyone can feel pride in albums and flags that are otherwise disrespected, mistreated, and degraded for little more than petty hate. The attitude or belief that discriminates against another person or group on the basis of their actual or imagined belonging to a different community, and using flags and emblems in our town centres to invoke this as boundary markers to represent social stratification should be a thing of the past in our town centres. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lavery, I'm going to call you first up.
Hello. Thank you, Lord Mayor. And firstly, let me just congratulate you on the Deputy Lord Mayor and your new role. Sorry, I was missed the AGM. Alliance supports the expression of our rich and varied cultural identities. When this comes to the flying of flags, we recognise that it can be an important part of cultural expression. However, we need to move towards flags being used in a regulated, time-bound fashion with appropriate consultation and buy-in from local residents with complete transparency throughout. When these principles aren't followed, it can result in increased community tensions. Such an incident occurred over the weekend in Marilyn, where a large number of flags were erected in the village without any community consultation or consent being sought. This has left many residents feeling frustrated and alienated within their own community and indeed their own homes. A pathway for resolving these issues could lie within the recommendation of the Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition Commission. However, the Commission's findings are currently being held up by the Executive Office. I would call on the Executive Office to publish the Commission's report so that positive change can be brought forward on this issue. This would lead me to proposing that a slight amendment to the motion of Councillor McGowan and Councillor Duffy are willing, and I would be adding a line to the very end of the motion which would state as follows. This Council will write to the First and Deputy First Minister urging the publication of the recommendations from the FIC Commission. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go to the motion. Councillor Cosby, go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would have assumed that you would have had a list of speakers, but however, I have to say, I'm not surprised that we have this before us this evening because it is an annual thing that we do have. But yet, when this comes about flags being divisive and all of that sort of stuff, we only hear about the flags that appear in town centres that are of a particular colour, of red, white and blue. And that is hugely predictable from Sinn Féin and others, given the fact that if, and one of the issues that actually grates on me every year is around how Kernan and the access to the hospital should be a shared and welcoming space for everybody. Well, I don't know if anybody in this chamber has ever tried to get the Daisy Hill Hospital in Uri. Not only is it bedecked with tricolours, but also shrines to IRA terrorists, convicted murderers, and all sorts, and we're expected to accept that as being normal. Well, it's not. But I would just also want to put on record, in a news article, DonegalLive.ie, on the 8th of April 2021, Sinn Féin's own political representative, Michaela Boyle, condemned those who took down Irish tricolours in Strabane. Now, I'm sorry, but if we have one political party saying these are terrible, surely she should have welcomed the removal of those flags in Strabane, but she didn't. Why did she not? Because they were green, they were white, and they were orange, because it suited the political agenda in Strabane, and it suits the political agenda of Upper Ban, Sinn Féin, and ABC councillors in this forum to denigrate the people in the towns who put the flags up, but also take them down again in the town centre in a timely manner after the marching season is over. Well, I'll not take any lectures from them, nor will members of the Unionist and Loyalist community in Portadown or anywhere else across this borough, because we know the cries that Sinn Féin have here this evening, once again, is nothing but hypocrisy. And I'll not take lectures from them. The Unionist people won't take lectures from them, given the fact that they are crying when the flags are being removed. It's double standards of the highest order, and they should be ashamed of themselves for even mentioning it.
Thank you, Councillor Cosby. Alderman Spears, did you want that? Alderman Spears, you wouldn't mind hitting your on button?
Right. In light of the background to the political party that has brought this motion forward and what has happened not only in this area but indeed in most of our towns throughout Northern Ireland, and if one even looks at recent events and history in terms of the attitude of the party in question, and indeed other parties of a nationalist and Republican persuasion, if you go to what happened with the naming of the child's playground in Uri, that, in my opinion, goes to the core of the ethos of the party that is proposing this motion. And it's something that it goes to the core of the heart of the community, whereby council had the support to name a play area for children to play in after a well-known IRA terrorist. And I think that says it all about the particular party that has brought this motion. I think if one could describe the party as hypocrites in bringing a motion of this nature, bearing in mind the background to their own particular Republican cause, whereby their running mates, so to speak, blew the heart and centre out of most of the towns that has now been spoken about. So I don't take it kindly to take a lecture as to what happens in town centres from the particular party involved. And indeed, I don't see the erection of a union flag in any particular part of the country intimidating or threatening to anyone. It's the flag of the country, and I have no issue with it being flown in a dignified and appropriate manner. So I certainly will not, or my party will not be supporting a motion which I believe is ill-timed, ill-thought out from a party that should have more sense to bring such a motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Spears. I'm going to bring in Councillor Maggle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, in relation to Councillor Cosby, the flags were put up in Strabane and taken down were put up for a very particular event, and that's why there was complaints about them taken down. But this motion's about town centres, and the motion itself doesn't mention any colour of flags. All we're trying to say is it is very off-putting to people to drive into any town centre that's bedecked with flags, and any shopper who does is likely to drive on through that town centre and go to the likes of Rushmere, which will be completely neutral, and not do their shopping in town centres. That's the reality. That's what businesses are telling us. That's what we're getting contacted day and daily from the end of June to the end of September every single year. And of course, Councillor Spears, Alderman Spears, is not going to feel upset by the flying of a union flag in a decent and proper manner. But he's a British subject. He enjoys the union flag. That doesn't mean that everybody feels the same as him. And nobody wants to see a town centre bedecked with union flags flying on their side on ropes across lampposts throughout the town centre. I'm telling him, shoppers from down south and shoppers from my community will drive on through those towns. That's the reality. It's businesses that are calling for this, not us.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Duffy, do you want the curtains pulled there? Because you can't, you seem to be squinting. If somebody wouldn't mind pulling them across there for you. I'm going to bring in Alderman Anderson.
Hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for allowing me a few moments to speak on this motion. You know, when I first looked at this motion, I thought it was a motion about economic development and regeneration our towns and everything else. But you know, the more we read into it, it's a motion about the flags, the usual slant that we get every year. But they've given it an economic slant tied on to about flags, and I think that's the debate that's coming out here this evening. And you know, when you talk about flags, as Alderman Spears has said, this is our union flag. It's the flag of our country, and no one should be offended. Well, Sinn Féin don't like it. Anything British they just don't like, but that doesn't say that the people of our towns are staying out of the towns. Councillor Michael must take very little time and say that I could pour it down at Oregon, because any time I'm in the town, which is quite often, the place has many cars. The shops are doing fairly well in the COVID-19 pandemic that we have. So I would like to see the evidence where they're coming forward about businesses to Councillor Michael. Maybe it's businesses he talks to, maybe the half dozen every time of the year around this time that they bring up this old sort of, what would you call it, they spew out this old diatribe each and every year. It's to be expected. They just can't hack the fact that we are part of the UK. This is Northern Ireland. The Union flag is the flag of Northern Ireland, of this country. Just accept that and we can all move on. But you know, it's again, anything British and they're against it. And they keep spewing this out day and daily, week by week, month by month, year by year. And you know, get real. As the saying goes, suck it up. And that's what's happening. The flags are up for the celebrations around this time of the year. And I can also say there'll probably be more, and there should be more, because it is Northern Ireland's centenary. And thankfully, there will be a lot more up before the year's out. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to move to Councillor Barry and then Councillor Tolman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and obviously I was actually disappointed with this motion tonight on the basis that now that our town centres have opened up, both I, like Alderman Anderson, thought when I opened the motion up that it was going to be something positive in relation to economic development, and that of our town centres now eventually opened up, and it was the usual cry from Sinn Féin in relation to flags. Obviously, setting it into context, we have to bear in mind that this is the 100th year of the birth of this wonderful country called Northern Ireland. Those that don't like to call it that, it's up to them, but I wasn't surprised. It's something obviously Sinn Féin have every right to feel whatever way they feel. However, the town centres that I enter, the town centres that we support, and the town centres that we drive into, and the business people that I speak to, thankfully, since their doors have been opened, they have been extremely busy, which is excellent news for our economy and for our local businesses. And I think it's disappointing that such an issue of this here has been brought in usually every time this time of the year. The orange districts that put up the flags and the arches do it in a very organised, dignified way, and they're up before the 1st of July, and they're taken down a period after that. And this is something that happens every year, but especially with this being the year of the centenary, as other colleagues have said, there obviously has been a more emphasis on it. And suppose one could say that, you know, it's a bit like Sinn Féin's position on the monument proposal at Stormont for the centenary and their opposition to that. And it just shows you it's a one-way approach with Sinn Féin, because it was only a number of years ago when it was the 100th anniversary of the GAA, and the unionist executive members within the Assembly were happy to facilitate. So the problem with Sinn Féin, it's a one-way approach. If you're a certain colour, it's not liked, and if you're their colour, they're happy enough with it, whether it's Strabane, wherever that may be. And I think we need to send out a message tonight is that our town centres are welcoming, our town centres are open, and from the business people that I have spoke to, whether they be the eatery type of businesses, the gift shops, whatever it may be, the barbers, the hairdressers, it's great to see that they're bursting at the seams. And people know they're living in Northern Ireland. People know that this is a seasonal thing. And it's just disappointing that this motion tonight is trying to sow once again discord within the chamber and discord within the community when we're trying to encourage people into the businesses. And I think it's vitally important that we send out that message tonight, that clearly we are delighted that our town centres are doing well. I don't know if this is a ploy by Sinn Féin about picking out various town centres to send out a message not to support them. I don't know, they can answer for themselves, but I'm glad in those town centres that I represent and the flags are up, that those businesses are bursting at the seams, and I think we need to send that message out that that's only good for business.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barry. Councillor Toman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to speak in support of the motion, but I feel that it does not go far enough. While I understand that this motion is about town centres and our shoppers going into our town centres, it is the same 5 people that must go home and face the same intimidation and fear that the motion talks about, of flags being littered on every lamppost at their doorstep. This motion, as it stands, simply dismisses the concerns raised with me and with every political party over recent days. Like others, I have been contacted by residents from Marlin, a mixed community, a mixed village, and one that is very proud of that. Over the weekend, in the early hours of Saturday morning, flags were erected right through the middle of a housing development. Issues such as flags, identity, culture and tradition are essential for a lived experience of people in the north. They provide a sense of community, of belonging, of being valued and connected to their communities' histories and having a place in their story of their future. I treasure my own Irish identity, and others are entitled to treasure their own Britishness, but we all must show mutual respect and not wave flags in the face of each other. Of those who I have been speaking to over recent days, I would be confident that they have no issue if the parade went down the street, but the fact that the flags have to be waved in their face for the duration of the parade season, it does not, nor will it have their support. The onus of dealing with the flags issue in full falls at the feet of our First Minister and Deputy First Minister, to publish the Commission on Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition report, and to honour those commitments with a new decade, new approach. And this also needs to be backed up with the necessary funding to allow us to move forward as a united community. Lord Mayor, I was going to propose my own amendment to the motion, but I will give you the opportunity to deal with the first amendment. And if I could hear Councillor Lavery's amendment for the motion as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Toman. Councillor Tennyson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And first of all, I'd just like to second Councillor Lavery's proposed amendment to the motion. In addition, just to say that we do have this debate every single year, and every year we stoop to the same depressing depths in terms of the tone and at times blatant sectarianism that's on display in the chamber. I think it's important to say that we are a shared society, and we must be cognizant of that when it comes to issues of culture and identity. And to be clear, flags are a really important part of expressions of culture and identity. Hugely important. But it's important that they're used in a way that's respectful and in a way that's inclusive. But often what we see is, as in Marlin over the weekend, and I too was contacted by residents there, flags went up in the dead of night by people known to no one in the estate, and people were left fearful actually to go and take them down, even though they didn't want the flags there, because it is a shared community. I was also contacted by a young couple who were looking to buy a house in Portadown in the Kiernan area. They were a mixed couple, and they felt that they actually couldn't go through with the purchase of their dream house because of the extent of flags that were in the area. There is a way to do this properly, and that is by ensuring that we have regulated, time-bound flag flying to mark particular cultural or sporting events, that it's done in consultation with local residents to ensure that there's community buy-in, and that it's done openly and transparently so people aren't worried that there are malign influences involved. And I have no problem with saying that that's a policy that should apply to all flags. It's not about singling out any one particular community or any one piece of cultural expression. But I think what's clearly lacking on this issue is political leadership and the courage for political parties to actually step up, come together, say that this is wrong, and that as a society in Northern Ireland we need to move forward, because this isn't a problem that other places have. It's very unique to us. And I think it's up to us to show some leadership, step up to the plate and start to deal with it. And as others have referred to, the FIC Commission's report, which has been long delayed by the First and Deputy First Minister's office, needs to be published, and we need to start dealing with that. We can't run away from it any longer. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tennyson. No more speakers. Councillor Lavery, just to confirm, at the end of the notice of motion, you wish to amend it with that this council writes to the First Minister, Deputy First Minister, to publish the Commission's report, basically, isn't that so?
Yeah, urging the publication of the FIC Commission report.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor McGowan, are you happy to include that? Thank you. Okay, so I'm sensing we're not getting much agreement in this room. Okay, so we're going to go for vote. Okay. As before, members, yes, no, abstain, or not voting. Okay, so I'm going to call upon Alderman Anderson. I've already started, sorry. Already started. Go ahead, Alderman. Yes or no?
No.
Councillor Baxter? Councillor Barry? Alderman Burns? Councillor Cosby? Councillor Duffy? Councillor Flaherty? Councillor Greenfield?
No.
Councillor Hockey? Councillor Hockian? Councillor Alderman Kennedy? Councillor Larkham? Councillor Lavery? Councillor McCauley? Councillor Michael? Councillor McAlinden? Councillor McClelland? Councillor McGowan, Councillor McElrath, Councillor McKinstry, Councillor McNally,
Yes.
Councillor McNeil, not here, Alderman Moutray, Councillor Nelson, Councillor Nicholson, Councillor O'Halloran, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Pope, Alderman Rankin, Councillor Kevin Savage, Councillor Kyle Savage, Alderman Spears, Councillor Tennyson, Councillor Tinsley, Councillor Toman, Alderman Twyble,
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Wilson, Deputy Lord Mayor, and Lord Mayor, no. Okay. Give me 2 seconds, members. Okay, thank you, members. Yes for the proposed notice of motion is 17, no is 21, so the motion falls. Okay. Councillor McGowan, I'm going to call on yourself to wind up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to be clear, the motion wasn't specific to the Union flag, it was for all flags. And as elected reps, we should have been leading the way and coming together to better our town centres and communities. I would have hoped we could have put our differences aside to keep our town centres neutral. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, move on to the next notice of motion, and then we'll take a wee break. Yes, Councillor Baxter, go ahead.
Yeah, can I just make a technical point, Lord Mayor? I think it's custom and practice if we do summing up before actually the vote was taken.
Yeah, I was jumped on to the next question.
Okay.
The next
No
line,
problem.
so apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Item 8.4, notice of motion in relation to the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, as proposed by Alderman Wilson and second by Councillor Baxter. Alderman Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's no doubt when we consider the milestone that is before Her Majesty the Queen that she has achieved something incredible in this almost 70-year reign. This is the first time any British monarch has been so close to such a historic milestone, and with that in mind, I want to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen for such service throughout her reign since 1952. It must be noted, especially in the last few difficult months, that she has shown such dedication and leadership and has given inspiration to so many across the UK and indeed the world. Whilst in Northern Ireland we may have differing levels of enthusiasm towards the royal family, I think we can all agree in one thing, and that is the achievement of that life of service that Her Majesty the Queen has given over almost 70 years. In this council we have many members who have served in the role of Mayor and lately Lord Mayor in legacy councils, and this is new, and in this new council arrangement, I know from my own perspective, serving as Lord Mayor in the 17-18 year, it was a lot of work, moving from event to event, chairing and hosting meetings, recognising achievements, celebrating milestones in the community, and moving various initiatives forward. This was but 1 year. I cannot even begin to imagine what it must be like to have this type of experience stretched and multiplied many times over throughout a period of 70 years. I am in awe of this level of dedication and endurance. That is, I suppose, one of the mainstays of this proposal that we could all unite around: longevity and commitment, and the need to recognise selfless service and dedication and devotion to others. Members have kept the motion non-prescriptive so that through a working group it can be decided how best to celebrate this milestone. And I can think now of a few things that would be great to see, amongst also the potential for perhaps street parties or party in the park style events over the planned long bank holiday weekend next June. For instance, we as a council could have a special Mayor's Awards ceremony for those in the borough who have demonstrated a long life of service, and perhaps call them the Lord Mayor's Platinum Awards. There are no doubt many other ideas that could be taken forward. I understand a Platinum Jubilee Medal is being commissioned for this special year, and perhaps this could feature for local recipients. With COVID-19 and the great upheaval that this has caused in our borough, I think of all those affected by this virus and its impacts. We have had a long period of curtailment for the good of the public's health, and perhaps by this time next year, God willing, a series of celebratory events would be just what is needed to lift spirits. We can certainly hope so. I wish Her Majesty well and every blessing as she continues in her role of service, and truly hope that despite the recent setback and grief of losing her husband, the late Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, that she enjoys the build-up and preparation for this milestone to suitably mark and celebrate her momentous 70-year reign. And I so propose the motion.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Going to call upon Councillor Baxter to second the motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm more than happy this evening to second Alderman Wilson's motion. He has outlined very well the proposal and certainly the spirit behind it as well. I also welcome that it's coming now a year before, so that any budget that can be agreed will be factored into the estimates process that we will start now in September for the next financial year. There have been many enjoyable royal themed events within the borough in recent years, making various milestones and royal events, and these have sparked great enthusiasm out in the wider community. With this now that has been outlined is the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. It's clearly an extra special moment in time, and given what Her Majesty the Queen has achieved in her historic reign, it is only but fitting that we ensure that everyone has the opportunity to celebrate and mark this special year. We look forward to discussions in the weeks ahead with the council body to ensure that plans are put in place and everyone can feel part of this celebratory, special and inspiring moment. Lord Mayor, can I also just ask that the working group is set up to as soon as possible so that we can plan ahead and we can set a budget so that we're not pushed for time on it. I trust that members from right across this chamber can get behind this motion and the spirit behind it. Thank you, Lord Mayor. God save the Queen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Hoggan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, look, Sinn Féin will not be supporting this, and probably more on a point of governance. Since my time in coming on to council in 2014, there have been numerous occasions where this type of proposal has come forward, and my concern is that we are supposed to have policies in place that actually deal with issues like this and proposals like this, and they can be extremely worth merit. They can be worth all of our time and effort, but in reality, I actually think that this is the type of motion which should not be brought before this council in this manner. It denigrates it slightly, in my opinion, because it'll likely end up in a vote. And I just believe that this event shouldn't be treated any different than others. There should be a policy in place. So I suppose my question would be to officers here tonight, is there not a policy that would cover the details and requests of such an event? And if not, can we look to actually providing this? Because I think this just keeps rumbling on and on. I can remember the Queen's birthday was a huge row and debate in this council, and it ends up actually coming across as divisive, which is not what I want, and it's not what we want. But at the same time, these events will cost the ratepayer money. Realistically, they will not appeal to everybody within our community. There's a huge section of the community who will not partake in these events, as much as some people think they might. They will not. So the sooner we actually get to a place where events like this, where we're spending public money, can be assessed and awarded financial support based on their merits, the better. I do not think we should be debating things like this in this council, so we will be opposing this tonight.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Pope, please.
Yes, we would be supporting this motion, and would need to see a review of more detail in due course, including details of the budget, as it would need to demonstrate obviously value for money. Would also suggest that it needs to include a diverse range of events and programs across the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, members, kind of getting another wee feeling here that we're not supportive of this. Okay, I'm going to wind it up. I'm going to call on the proposer to wind up the motion.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. And I mean, it's not a surprise that there is a difference of opinion, and I reflected that in my remarks at the outset. So, with that in mind, I'm content with the outroll of this and the fact that a working group will discuss it at length, and that is the place to raise concerns, of course, and equally to raise supporting issues also. So I'm content to leave it like that and leave it before yourself, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Going to declare the question may be put. Do we have agreement? No. Okay, go for a vote. 2 seconds. Record a vote? Yep, no problem. Okay, I'm in the same manner as previously. Yes, no, abstain, or do not vote. Okay, going to call upon Alderman Anderson.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Baxter. Yes. Councillor Barry. Yes. Alderman Burns. Councillor Cosby. Yes, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Flaherty. Yes, Councillor Greenfield.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hockey. Councillor Hockian. Councillor Keating, not here. Alderman Kennedy. Councillor Larkham. Councillor Lavery. Councillor Macaulay. Councillor Mackle. Councillor McLinden. Councillor McLelland. Councillor McGowan. Councillor McElrath. Councillor McKinstry. Councillor McNally.
No.
Councillor McNeil. Not here. Alderman Mitri.
Yes.
Councillor Nelson. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes.
Councillor O'Hanlon. Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Pope. Alderman Rankin. Councillor Kevin Savage. Councillor Kyle Savage. Alderman Spears. Councillor Tennyson. Councillor Tinsley. Councillor Toman. Alderman Twyvell.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Wilson. Deputy Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, yes. Okay, come 2 seconds, members. Okay, members. For the proposal, yes, 24, no, 14. And as was a recorded vote, all the yeses: Alderman Anderson, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Barry, Alderman Burns, Councillor Cosby, Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Greenfield, Alderman Kennedy, Councillor Lavery, Councillor Macaulay, Councillor McLelland, Councillor McElrath, Councillor McKinstry, Alderman Mitri, Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Pope, Alderman Rankin, Councillor Kyle Savage, Alderman Spears, Councillor Tennyson, Councillor Tinsley, Alderman Twyvell, Alderman Wilson, and the Lord Mayor. For the noes, it was Councillor Duffy, Councillor Hockey, Councillor Hockian, Councillor Larkham, Councillor Mackle, Councillor McAlinden, Councillor McKeown, Councillor McNally, Councillor Nelson, Councillor O'Hanlon, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Kevin Savage, Councillor Toman, and the Deputy Lord Mayor. Did I miss anybody? No, thankfully. Okay, so that passes, members. Okay, members, we're going to take a 10-minute comfort break, okay? Please remember that we still have the restrictions in place and not be congregating about outside, okay? Thank you. business. when it is on, so the meeting can proceed again in open session. Okay, item 12 on the agenda, any other relevant business? And I'm going to bring in Councillor Lavery on Languages Working Group.
Hello. Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's the same AOB item I brought to the Governance Working Group. It sort of follows on from the work that Belfast Council are doing, that all the parties there got together and created this Languages Working Group to talk about how to increase the visibility of languages in their council area, including the likes of, I think it was Irish, Ulster Scots, minority languages, and I think they might have included sign language as well. And it seemed like a good idea, and something that maybe we should be looking into as council. So my request would be that officers engage with staff from Belfast Council to see what their terms of reference for that sort of committee is, and bring it back to potentially either the September or October meeting of the Governance Committee, so we can have a look at it and see whether it's something we would like to pursue as an organisation ourselves. I mean, the council already knows we're already sort of progressing sort of some work on languages issue. You only have to look at the unanimous agreement that was achieved from the dual language street signage policy. So I think a languages working group may be something to the advantage, particularly with the discussions about various language and cultural legislation that may come from Stormont if they get their act together, I suppose. So that was my request, Lord Mayor, that officers engage and bring a report back potentially to the September or October Governance Committee about the potential of forming a languages working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Do you have a seconder for your proposal? Seconded by Councillor Tennyson. Members, we're not in agreement? Okay. So, does anybody want to speak on it? No? Just go straight to vote? Yep. Go straight to vote. Okay, members. You heard the proposal, and it was seconded by Councillor Tennyson. This must be a record tonight for the votes. Okay, so, and as we have done previously, I'll call out your name and say yes, no, abstain, or not voting. Okay? Alderman Anderson? No, Lord Mayor. Councillor Baxter? No. Councillor Barry? No. Alderman Burns? Councillor Cosby? No. Councillor Duffy? Say again. Councillor Flaherty? Councillor Greenfield? He's gone. Councillor Hockey? Okay, Councillor Hockian? Gone. Councillor Keating? Not here. Alderman Kennedy? Councillor Larkham? Councillor Lavery? Councillor McCauley? Councillor Michael? Councillor McAlinden? Councillor McClelland? Councillor McGowan? Councillor McElrath? Councillor McKinstry? Councillor McNally?
Yes.
Councillor McNeil? Not here. Alderman Midry? Councillor Nelson? Councillor Nicholson? Councillor O'Halloran? Councillor O'Neill? Councillor Pope? Alderman Rankin? Councillor Kevin Savage? Councillor Kyle Savage? Alderman Spears? Councillor Tennyson? Councillor Tinsley? No. Councillor Toman? Alderman Twyble? Alderman Wilson? Deputy Lord Mayor? And Lord Mayor, no. Okay, members, so on the proposal, we had supporting it was 16 and not supporting it was 21. So it's yes, 16, no, 21. Okay, move on to the second proposal, which is from, sorry, not on this, any other business, which is from Councillor Tennyson, parental bereavement leave. Councillor Tennyson.
Hopefully we won't have to go to a vote on this one. It's just in relation, members will be aware that the parental bereavement leave bill has been led before the Assembly earlier this month. And the aim of that bill is to provide 2 weeks statutory paid leave for parents who lose a child under the age of 18 or for those who suffer stillbirth after 24 weeks of pregnancy. I've spoke to Niamh and our HR team, and I understand that at the minute we do have a provision of 5 days for loss of a child, and that stillbirth is covered under the maternity period. However, it's just to ask that in advance of this becoming law, I mean, obviously we're going to have to comply with it in the future anyway, so we might as well in the interim period review our policy just with a view then to, in September, looking at it and potentially moving to bring ourselves in line with the new arrangement. So basically, review the policy, bring back a report as the request, and then in September, hopefully then we'll be in a position where we can make that 2 weeks period available to all of our staff, should any of them suffer parental bereavement. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tennyson. Councillor Flaherty.
Yeah, can I just come in there on the back of that? Thank you, and thanks for bringing this to the floor, Councillor Tennyson. This, unfortunately, is something that I don't need told about, and have been writing press releases and various things for a long number of years about. So I'm happy to support you on this, Councillor Tennyson. This will eventually come through. We're sitting now at a second hearing, I believe. What I would also like brought to members is to reinforce the fact that, one, we're behind the UK as usual on this because Jack's Law came in 2020. And also that the committee is currently calling for evidence for people who unfortunately are facing this, and there are many facing this. So I'm happy to support you on this with our HR department. But as a bereaved parent, I'll be happy to encourage other people in this chamber to provide any evidence or any feedback to the committee as they feel fit. I certainly will be continuing to encourage people to do so, and I will be there to support those bereaved parents who feel they also want to add something to this. This is a long time coming. Can I also point out, and I'm very, very disappointed at this, I really am disappointed at this, because I've been writing to permanent secretaries, again, before there were ministers in place to deal with this. Miscarriage is not contained in this bill. And 1 in 5 now pregnancies will end in a miscarriage. So as well as the over 24 weeks and as well as under 18, we cannot forget that cohort of mothers and fathers. So can I please implore all members to think about this, and if they possibly can, get in touch with the committee. The details are all online, because this is another thing that we are lacking in, and it's because of inaction. I could go on, as you know, all night about Children's Funeral Fund, etc., which is all sitting in NDNA, and we are waiting for. So the sooner this goes through, the better. Thanks for raising this and giving me the opportunity, Councillor Tennyson. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaherty. Are we all agreed? Sorry,
Lord Mayor,
go ahead.
Can I support Councillor Flaherty in her call for miscarriages to be included? As someone who has sat and seen my wife go through that, I know how difficult it can be, and as a parent. So I think that I would know that this council would deal with it in a humane way and compassionate way whenever we're dealing with staff right across. But I think to just dismiss a mother who has lost a baby through a miscarriage is a gross negligence on behalf of those who make this law.
Thank you, Councillor O'Halloran. Members, we have Councillor McClelland. Go ahead.
Just like to concur with what the previous two speakers have said, because as a family we have been there as well. So thank you.
Thank you, members. Listen, that's us finished for the night. Thank you very much for your patience. I got the odd word made up wrong. Members, just let us know. Have a fantastic July. If you're going to the 12th, enjoy it. If you're not going to the 12th, again, enjoy it and stay safe, okay? Thank you. Safe home.